Why hasn't he started yet? Where's the video? I hear voices. Am I going crazy? Are they just the voices in my head? Of course they are. Of course they are. Ooh, I didn't have the music turned up very loud. Don't listen to the voices. Don't listen to the voices. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. Today is Wednesday, and I hope you're having a fantastic day of it. I saw you're not streaming today, Big Gamey. That's kind of sad, but that's okay. Understandable. It's bumped until tomorrow, though, so that's cool. It's very cool. Hi, TBD. I hope you are well as well. Thank you so much. I will accept your wishes for... This is dizzying. You've had 3 bad nights in a row and I'm sleepy. Might take a nap in a few minutes. See, I'm doing it now because you had me break hearts. I did it once, and so now I can do it all the time because it's recorded. It's on video. Look after yourself. Nap time says TBD. Nap required. Yeah, I was definitely feeling it. I know that you know that I know that you know that I've just been pretty irritable lately, and there are a lot of reasons for it, but there are no excuses for it, for me to act that way. But today's a different day. Today's brand new. I have been frustrated all morning, though, but I'm not going to let that drive my attitude and the way that I treat people anymore. Or I'm going to do my best not to. There's no guarantees that I won't, but I'll be aware of it. And I'll just try not to. Okay. I did end up getting a Starbucks today, so you'll see me nomming on a cheese Danish and drinking my white mocha. But I was late to getting started. Cheese Danish. Of course, not sponsored. But today we are going to continue with our journey. Everyone's always talking about Journey because he's an amazing guy, isn't he? With the data import utility. Other coffee shops are available, such as in Caribou Coffee, such as in your local mom and pop shop for coffee. Why does that still say 38 on the... Did I not actually update the thumbnail? I don't think I actually saved my Photoshop thumbnail. Let me do that real quick. Oh, I have a question. Specifically for any game developers out there that use Unity, I'll open the project. I do need to get a lot of work done, but I need to lighten up, you know? So I'm going to open up my Unity hub. Actually, first, I need to commit on Perforce on the other machine so that I have the assets. Have any of you used Perforce yet with your Unity projects? I think we talked about this recently. Hello, Duka Duka Duka. I'm very confused as to what I should be including as part of the repo in Perforce, in a Perforce project. Because it's like you put your assets in there and everything, and those get checked out and they can get modified, but what if your assets are part of a Unity project? Do you like check them out of Perforce, move them into your Unity project, make changes to them, and then move them back to your Unity project? Do you have a Unity project and you check out a Perforce workspace, point it at your Unity project? It's so weird. You know, there's a git ignore file for general Unity projects. Maybe I'll look at that. I'll see what files are included with that. That's a good idea. Thank you. Okay. But what I ended up doing was installing Emporium Guy. Thank you so much for the raid. What I ended up doing was installing Perforce Server on another machine. And I'm using that as my source control just for this project in particular because I wanted to try it out. P4V. And then for all of the client machines, I'm using Perforce Viewer, P4V, to handle a lot of the source control stuff if I can't do it directly in Unity. But I'm going to submit my current workspace. Added, what is this thing called? Mountain meshes. But yeah, I'm going to have a very big question for you, if you are available. Yet latest. It's open and can't be replaced. Well, I just want to commit my changes. Can I do that? Are you going to make this difficult? The thing that I really don't like is that you have to explicitly check out the files. It's not like Git, which will do an automatic checkout on modify. But the files are read-only unless and until you explicitly check them out. Nice. I have 666 files to commit. Like every time I opened, oh, speaking of, that's going to happen now. Every time I opened the Unity project, it kept giving me an error that it could access to the solution file was denied, and that's because I didn't check out the solution file. And you have to do that before you open the project, otherwise you get the error. And I'll show that to you now. I'm just gonna put tacos because what is this out of date thing? Yeah, there's just so much that I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. But I'll check these in. Like, it doesn't make sense really to commit the project folder, except that there are some project settings in the project folder that I want to keep, and I want to keep everything but the version control settings because the workspaces are different on the computers that I'm working on. Oh. Submit. It changes. What out of date things need to be fixed? I don't know what out of date changes need to be fixed. Maybe if I closed the project over here. Okay. While I'm waiting for that, I am going to catch up on chat because Emporium Guy came in. Feel free to let us know what you were working on. Big Amy says, my new bank card came and the security number on the back is, thank you for telling us. Now all we need is just your card number. Do you want the other numbers too? How do I know which file is the out of sync one, the one that needs fixes? Okay, I'm gonna bring, can I? I'm afraid to. I'm gonna bring Thyrovius's window over. Yeah, I'll leave Gaia open. It's just exercise. Okay. Dang it. And I forget that his display is 4K. So, kind of hard to see this. So this is the Perforce viewer from my workspace. And when I'm trying to submit the changes, the error that I'm getting is out-of-date files must be resolved or reverted. Submit failed, -- fix problems above, then use P4 submit -C 7. But I don't know which files have the issues that it's telling me about. Like, is there a way for me to maybe just revert these? Say that it's those. Okay, now can I get latest? Okay, I think I was able to get latest finally. Now can I submit? No, I cannot. What in the world? I'm almost done eating. I'll move him. He is kind of kawaii though, isn't he? It's like I want to keep all of the changes. You know what? No, I don't. Screw it. I want to revert if unchanged. And they are unchanged. Good. So now hopefully the latest is on the server. Wait, why are there changes? Oh my goodness. What did I just do? Duke is hot. E4V. How do I revert all files I want to revert everything. Are we good? It's still saying that I have stuff to add. Like my audio settings, for example. It's so confusing. Can you tell me which files? Any thoughts on that? Unity developers, or just anyone that's used Perforce, because I know it's not just for Unity. It's a source control solution. Just revert files. Just do it. Do I have any changes now? No changes. Okay. I'm busy in the archery. Whoa, did Automated Realms' name change colors? It looks different colored on my chat. Okay. P4V. So the error that I get if I open the solution without or the Unity project without checking out the csproj solution files explicitly is that csproj or access is denied to specific file, which is really annoying because I tried checking it out while that was open and it just errored on me. So what I'm going to do is get latest. Then I'm going to check out. Then I'm going to open the Unity project. Okay, so here is my question for the Unity project I'm working on. I'm wanting to pretty much make a 3D scene so that I can use that as the splash screen for the One Lion Creative channel. Because I started creating it in Photoshop, but I ran into an issue because I'm stuck on the mountains. I'm stuck on creating the mountains. Why are you so far behind? So what I did to fake the mountains part of the scene, this is just going to slow everything down because I'm trying to open everything all at once. Yes, I know, I'm still working on the script. It's okay. What I want to do with the mountains is give them the grid look, like the way that I gave this the grid look. And the original way that I started doing the mountains was create empty parent, mountains, terrain. The way that I started creating the mountains in the first place was I created a terrain. I put it in prefabs. Terrain mountains. Can I hide the entire group? Cool. Oh gosh. And I was going between, oh, there you are. I was going between working in Blender and working in Unity. So this is kind of difficult for me at the moment. I would like to switch to you. Copy your position. No. Yes. Copy your position and paste it here. Okay, and then move you down. Okay, so you can kind of see the effect that I'm going for. How do I tell these things to not show in my game preview? That's question number one. Is there a way to tell an object to not display in my game preview, or do I just have to delete it from the scene? I want to hide it from game view. So like temporarily. So I know that I can hide it from the scene view as I'm working on it, but this one here. So I have this game object, this empty game object that is the parent of all of these mountains. Use layers to make our camera only see certain layers. Sounds good. We're going to call this layer How do I name the layer? We're gonna name this mountain layer. Okay, so I have mountain layer, and if that's a tag, that is not a layer. I need layers. I'm still gonna tag it as mountain layer. Let's add a new layer. How do I name this? User layer 3. Mountains. Okay. Now I go to my main camera, and how do I tell it that I don't want it to see the culling mask? Uncheck mountains. Not culling mask. Let me just make sure that it actually added all. Oh, it didn't actually add these to the layer. Oh, I just created the layer, but I didn't Okay, so now in my main camera, if I tell it to not show mountains, there it goes. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you so much, Big Gamey. Okay, so why are you guys extra glossy though? This is crazy. It's insane looking. Anyway, the point is that I started trying to sketch out the scene. Where are you frozen? Using Unity. I do want to go back one step to Online Creative, Photoshop, other background. Okay, so this was my original attempt for the thing that I'm kind of wanting to accomplish. This big, you're used to seeing these on synthwave type things. This big yellow orange sun with the band lines going through it. So then I put the Automated Realms logo on top of that, and then I made this kind of grid type of thing that is just a grid with lines going across, and I made the lines look kind of glowy, vibrant. I put this reflective gradient looking thing in the middle, and then I stretched and warped and did perspective changes to it to make it look like this, which gives us this nice little reflection effect of the sun. And then there's the mountains. The thing that I was working off of was a quick Google search on synthwave wallpaper. And one of the things that you see pretty common in the lo-fi kind of versions of these are these mountains with the wireframes on them. And there was one in particular that I really liked, which is this one. But you can see that all of the vanishing lines, all of the lines are lined up with the vanishing point. So even the horizontal wireframe lines on the mountains are kind of lined up. So this was my inspiration on it. And when I created the basic shapes for the mountains, I'm like, okay, now how do I create my next grid for my wireframe look so that they all go towards the vanishing point? Because setting up this runner thing was hard enough as it is. So I'm like, is there an easier way to do this? And I'm like, sure, there's an easier way to do it. Use Unity with a perspective camera and you'll get your vanishing lines and your grid line, your wireframe lines. However, when I was creating the mountains, what I did is I used a terrain. So this is what I'm trying to use as essentially my background for the creative stream. And the sun looking thing was from a tutorial on how to do this kind of shader. This is a shield shader tutorial on the Automated Realms logo. And then this is just me making a 3D version of my Automated Realms logo. These mountains here are a texture that just looks like this. It's a glowy plus sign texture. It is a portal to at least one of the realms. And then the ground texture is just this. So making a terrain made sense to me because I could just change the shape of the mountains and everything that are displayed in the scene. Very cool. But when I applied the texture to them, there is no way to that I know of to easily get them to all be horizontal the way that they are in the inspiration picture. So in this thing here, I really like how all of the lines are horizontal to the plane, to the land itself. So what I ended up doing is I figured out how to export the terrain's height map, turn it into a PNG, import it into Blender, and then used the displace modifier on a plane to get the mountains to show up, essentially the entire terrain to show up. Split those up into the small pieces, separated out different meshes, remeshed every single one of them, and then I got a whole bunch of these really cool looking things, mountain pieces that are perfect for what I'm trying to do. So back to camera, show me everything. And so you can see that they do have this this effect that I'm going for. What happened to my terrain ground? Why did that disappear? That shouldn't have disappeared. Oh, because I hit it. So they have this kind of low poly mountain feel to them. And now what I'm trying to do is apply that same texture so that they have grid lines that look like this. And I'm like, why do that when the polygons are already done in a way where they're essentially horizontal to the plane and they're going to the vanishing lines and all of that? Why not put a I didn't know how to do it. I Googled this. Why not put something on there that will display the wireframe at runtime? So my question to those of you that know Unity and have done things like let's show a wireframe around an object, is a shader a good approach? The approach that you would recommend to accomplish that? Because right now I'm following a video tutorial on having a wireframe render shader. So that's my question. And then I'm going to redo this shield shader and the sun shader so that it looks a lot more like the original. So that it looks more like this. And actually what I'm planning on doing, there's a few things that I'm planning on doing, and I'll do these during the one line creative streams and not during the software development streams. But number one is that I'm just going to export the scene, render the scene, take a snapshot, export it to Photoshop, and then draw the mountains in from that. You know, use the mountains from there. So that's number one. Number two is I'm going to take the Photoshop 2D image and find either a free tool or finally break down and buy a sprite, Asa sprite, whatever it's called. At least one program used for making pixel art, and then do pixel art over this image and make a pixelated version of it. Ew. An accident that your doggo had on purpose. So my question, Bit Gamey, if you have time to answer, and of course if you're just busy or don't feel like answering, then don't answer. The thing that I'm trying to accomplish currently is that I want to be able to show the wireframes of these mountains in the render. So is making a wireframe shader script, whatever this thing is called, an approach that you would recommend, or do you have a different recommended approach? Because the goal is to have an effect that looks similar to this. There might even be a free one on the store already. So, funny story. I had 10 minutes of free time, and I wrote a script in DevTools that would grab all of the click the free asset button, click I agree to the end user license agreement. And so I kind of have all of the free assets currently from the store already added to my assets. Kind of like this UCLA wireframe shader. Hi, Irish John Games. So, since you probably hadn't been able to listen, and you may even have me muted currently, doesn't matter. The question that I'm asking, and Big Amy gave me a response, is a good approach for trying to get the wireframe to render in my render so that it looks something like this. Is a good approach using a shader. Big Amy said, yeah, most likely. This is it's the best approach in his opinion, which I love that response. And there are probably free assets out there already for rendering the wireframe. There's also graphics.drawmesh, but I've never used it. Interesting. Okay, then my second question, and this will be the last one for this, I promise, is currently, as you can see, I have the logo with all of the shader stuff on it, pretty close to this. I saw some tutorials on creating skyboxes. Is it difficult to create an animated skybox in such a way that I kind of have this effect on this if it was just out in the distance part of the skybox? Because I only saw I only attempted the basic skybox, which you can see here. Here. So that's what I'm currently using, is just a basic skybox, procedurally generated skybox with these colors added to it. Whoops. Shouldn't have clicked on stuff. And then I saw the ones where you can do panoramic view, which didn't seem right for this because it kind of felt like it was up close in your face, even if you had this kind of terrain thing. And then the 6-sided cube one, which I hear is the best way to do it. And I could do that in Photoshop. It's just, is it really worth trying to get that if I can't animate the sun? The inside of a sphere and have that effect. So create a sphere object and make it big enough so that it's far enough away, and then pretty much have a video material or a video texture on it. Is that what you're saying? Or just a shader. Okay, so a shader can be animated. Okay. I think there's a bunch of ways to achieve this, but shader with edge detection is for sure the right option. Also, you don't want a wire mesh, you kind of just want edge detection. Yeah, so the video that I was watching was a single, what are you? a when you go to right click, create shader, standard surface shader. And there are two parts to the standard surface shader that they were recommending. The first one was just adding the wireframe color and anti-alias or aliasing so that we can do anti-aliasing on it. And then the other was to, did I freeze? Okay. Oh, no worries, no worries. No worries at all. Thank you for your input. Are you using the built-in render pipeline? I am using the universal render pipeline. I don't believe you can animate skyboxes. You can rotate them to seem like clouds are moving, but since they are made from PNG files, static only. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So what do you think of BitGamey, of the suggestion or the idea of using a sphere that's just big enough to kind of mimic this thing and then use a shader on the, having the normal, of course, face us, and then using a shader to animate this kind of thing. Cool. Yeah, I'm just doing a lot of Googling. What was sad for me is that last night I really wanted to do music because it's still been a little bit since I've actually been sequencing music or even editing or mixing a track. And so I spent all day yesterday for my music hobby time working on this instead, which was fun, but not what I wanted to do at that time. So thank you for the shout out to Finite. He is currently live. He's an amazing OBS plugin developer. He's an amazing developer, period. He does it for a living, but on his stream, he does plugins for OBS, and they are amazing looking. You could do that. Sanity Studios builds a dome into one of their packs instead of a skybox. Okay, so I'll consider that. That sounds like a pretty good approach as well. So thank you for your responses. I have potentially an existing asset for not doing the wireframe rendering, but doing something that makes it look like a wireframe. Simple grid shader, probably. So either doing that, I'm going to finish the tutorial that I'm going through, but at least I know that shader is a good approach for this. Possibly the best approach. Wireframe and constellation shader. Ooh, let's take a look at it. Show browser. It didn't work. Oh, I need to log in to see this. I'll just be sitting here for the rest of the stream. Show Unity. Show Unity. Show Unity. I'm not mocking them. I don't have them is what I'm saying. Oh, that's really cool. It even has this glow effect on it. That's pretty perfect. I don't want to spend money on this. I know it's only $5, but this is something I'm doing as a hobby, as a side thing. That is awesome looking though. Yeah, I'm not prepared to spend money on this yet. Show butts. But yeah, I mean, these are definitely the inspiration type images that I was looking at, and there is this kind of neon glow wireframe effect on a lot of it. I'm assuming that a lot of these were generated in the way that I'm trying to, which again, I just created a terrain and then I started messing with it, raise lower terrain, drawing in the mountains and stuff. and created what I thought was a pretty decent representation of it, but it was just too detailed for the effect that I'm going for. That one picture really is like the feel that I really, 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 really wanted. I don't know where it went though. No, it's not even in my search results. Oh. Wow. Oh, no. It's very similar to this one, so maybe it'll show up as a similar image. It's gone. That is hilarious. That is so funny. Control-Shift-T? No, it's got to be in my history then. Yeah, here it is. So let me save this because this is my inspiration. I want to give credit to whoever created this image. Dropbox, image projects, Kitty, one line creative. JPEG. Synthwave inspiration. Okay, and then I'll be able to find it again using image search and then find the actual originating image itself. But yeah, that's the feel that I'm going for. I want to use that for my Twitch page, for my Steam page, for my Twitch page background. Okay, that's me with my Unity pet projects. Perfect, exactly what I need. Wait, 3.9999 euros, pounds. Those are pounds. Nah. Big Amy says, sometimes my thoughts are, should I spend hours trying to achieve what I want or spend $4.99 and get what I want? Yeah, exactly. And that is, like any reason that you have is 100% valid and logical and good. That is a very good one to me. Like, there is a certain amount of time that I'm willing to spend on this thing, and all of my time is not that amount of time. Unlimited time. I do want to just get this thing done so that it's there so that I can continue focusing on music. But at the same time, I'm eventually going to start adding art streams. Me learning to do pixel art, for example, and getting input. So in the long run, the overall goal is, let's take this Unity scene that I'm just trying to throw together, turn it into an animated runner type scene, because who was it, TD or someone else in your stream, Big Amy, was like, they did a tutorial on the infinite racer or runner, whatever the genre is called, and that sounds like a lot of fun to me. So having some kind of infinite runner, endless runner. And then this would be the point where we start adding really cool stuff to the stream. So the buttons for being able to play various patterns or beats or whatever using heat map, as well as let's control the direction of the runner with these procedurally generated terrains that are coming at you, and then you viewers click on left and right arrow keys to make the scene turn and go different directions. I think I heard you talking about AE Sprite earlier. Did you buy it? I haven't. I thought that I had it for free, or it would have been on sale for less than $10. That's the only time that I would buy AE Sprite, or just pretty much any game on Steam. I keep saying AE Sprite, Assa Sprite, whatever it's called. It used to be free on their GitHub if you wanted to test first. Okay, maybe that's what I saw. Maybe that's what I saw. Okay, thank you so much for your feedback on that, though. It's exactly what I wanted to know. Okay, so now I'm talking about that. Now that I have shown that, I should say, you should understand where I'm at today, which is exactly where we left off on Wednesday's stream. And oh my gosh, does that feel really, really frustrating to say. I didn't make any progress on the equals comparison operator, or just the comparison operators in general. However, what I did do was, and I'll show this because I said that I would show it on stream if I ended up being able to do it. What I did do was create the pipeline needed in order to deploy the lab data import page. So now it's live. There's a test lab data upload, which was already there because I was manually committing or manually publishing it. So it's there, but now the official version for the team to start using is published as well. And that's now being published through a pipeline. That pipeline is in the lab data import service. That required me 2 or 3 split out so this was called sample app before, but now I'm calling it the actual lab data import Blazor app because it's what they're using. I was expecting to put the UI code from the lab data import service, this component library, into another application, existing application, not use the sample thing that I created as the actual application that they're going to be using. But it's working out, so we're running with that. So I split this out. I also changed the lab data import service to use NuGet references to the data import tool, which we would see in, I could have sworn we would have seen it in here, which we would see in the component project. So the armits file import utility, which is the one that we're open sourcing and calling it data file import utility or something like that. So this will eventually get replaced by a reference to that NuGet package. But right now, this is the internal version. That's the one that we're working on. It gets versioned every time we do a commit. So there's a NuGet package reference to that external repo, to that external project. So I don't have a direct project reference to it anymore. That made my pipeline a little bit easier to define. And then the sample app used to be in the solution, the same solution as the library. What I ended up doing was creating a separate solution that had the sample app and then the project reference to the library. And then the library itself is in its own solution, so that when the NuGet packages are generated for this library, it's a lot easier to keep separate from the web application itself that's getting deployed. So here's the build pipelines. The first one is to build the NuGet packages from the library itself. Oops, and that looks like, it's very simple. It's very easy. Get the get the get, then tell it to use .NET 8, do a .NET restore using that specific solution file that has only the library in it. Then do a build. So I'm doing a restore and build because the restore is helping me with making sure that the .js files get generated. Whereas if I just did a build directly, there are a few cases where it would immediately error with this JavaScript file could not be found. So this kind of does a primer step so that the JavaScript and generated files could get generated first, and then we do a build. And then we take all of the .NuGet files. Actually, no, this isn't filtering out only NuGet files. So we're putting the entire output into the artifacts feed. I don't think I want to do that. I only want these NuGet files. So that's not good. We'll update that now, but first I'll talk through the web application build now. So the web application build is very similar, where we get the repo. We're going to use NuGet 6 because we are now using, oh wait, why am I not doing a NuGet restore? I should be doing a NuGet restore here too, so we'll fix that too. Dang it. How did you build? So we're going to do a NuGet restore, and we're going to only take the NuGet package files, the star.nupkg. But for the website, for the web application, get sources, tell it to use NuGet 6, do a NuGet restore, then use .NET 8, do a .NET build. Again, this is that situation with the TypeScript needing to get turned into JavaScript, and then do a publish. So the build may fail because of that TypeScript thing, but the publish will do a build as well as pushing it. The project base here is specifically the Blazor app, and will not try to build the class library solution, except as part of the build for the Blazor web app. Then we will publish the artifacts from the web app that the web app needs to run. Then in the releases, we have two. We have the one that is to release the NuGet packages to my local artifacts feed. So these are internal to the RMA applications. And so this one takes all of the NuGet packages. This one definitely filters out the NuGet packages, but we get the RMA lab data import service stuff as well. You know, with the other project, we were already getting the RMIT's data file import, which is right here. RMIT's file import utility is what I said. Okay, so that looks like, oh, it's still open. Oh, and I forgot to say that they're both triggered on pull request approvals to main, or actually commits to main, but the only way to commit to main is through a pull request. So a pull request to main that triggers the build pipeline, and then when an artifact is available, a new artifact is available, that triggers the release pipeline. A new artifact in main specifically triggers the release pipeline, which does a take all of the star.nupkg files and push them to the artifacts feed with the -beta suffix on it, a pre-release. Then I could choose to test the NuGet packages in whatever app I'm trying to do the thing for. If it's successful, then this one sits here and waits for an approver. And then that gets approved and then pushes the one without the -beta on it. -beta. Oh, for the web application, the one that we got stuck on Monday, what day is it? Was I had pretty much the entire pipeline set up. So again, wait for a new artifact to be created from the build pipeline from the web application. See my notes. When that happens, this triggers, creates the push to test. And so this deploys the application to the test server. The issue that we ran into was being able to, is it here? Yeah, no, maybe. Where are we? What day is it? Who took my hat? Where is it? There is a step for picking the deployment group. Oh, here it is. So we picked the deployment group. This project was a new project, so I didn't set up the deployment groups for it. And I thought that there was one shared deployment group pool, which there kind of is, but each project, each Azure DevOps project needs to have it defined in its own deployment groups. So this deployment group here is the one that has my two servers, my production IIS/test DB and my production DB/test IIS servers. So those are now available to my as deployment targets for my pipelines. Oops, this one first. So the deployment to test goes to test IIS. And it goes to the F drive site name because that's where all of my IIS files are stored on that machine. Yep. And then we take the zip file that was generated by the build pipeline for the web app and we push it to test. Test is already configured with an application app settings.staging.json. I have to do that manually as well. I have to go into the server and create that file because nothing I'm doing is transforming the regular app settings to app settings.staging. I don't have the database connection strings anywhere. Is it possible to do that? No, because the servers are different servers, so I'd have to put the full name. I was just thinking I could put like dot for local SQL server or SQL server installed on the machine, since they're both using the default instance names. But yeah, so we take the app offline, add the files and updated files for the updated app, and then we're done. Then this thing sits and waits for an approval, because at that point I go to test dash whatever the app is, run through some tests, some sanity checks, make sure it's still working the way that we're expecting it to, and then it sits here waiting for, again, approval from at least one person, and then push to production. And that gets pushed to the IIS on production, which has its own app settings.production.json. That's already configured and all of that stuff. All right, so I talked through the pipeline that we were trying to do on Monday, and I got stuck in a couple of places. The other thing that we were trying to do on Monday is determine a good approach, and this is what we're working on today as well. A good approach for being able to identify the object type of the current result so that we can perform the correct comparison operation. So for a greater than operation, a string compare of two numeric values stored as strings is going to give you different results than a numeric comparison of those two values. So I was toying with updating the transformation result. We talked about using generics. We talked about adding type information to the transformation result object, which is kind of the direction that I've been going so far, but we'll see if that's a good idea or not as we progress through it. So that's what we're doing today. So the first thing I said we're going to do is fix up the class library pipeline so that it only outputs the NuGet package files to staging. How do we filter? Isn't there a files? Yeah, we'll just call it prod. I don't care. Isn't there a files filter? What are these called? Build task or just task? How about delete files? Let's see if we can delete files that nope. How do I pick the staging directory? Build staging directory? Is this it? Build artifact staging directory. No, that's where to publish to. Maybe we do it after the publish step. Source folder that the deletions will be run from. Empty is the root of the repo. Use variables if files are not in the repo. For example, agent.build directory. Good, good. Contents. File folder paths to delete. Supports multiple lines of mini match patterns. What is a mini match pattern? Can I do something along the lines of not? Yes, we can. Not star.new package. Very nice. Hello, 8-bits. New package. That is what it's called, right? Oh. Automated realms, what are you starting with? So Big Gamey redeems archery and Automated Realm says, that's correct. You're up now. What? Maybe it was responding to your previous message about Asaprite being free on their GitHub if you want to try it. So 8-bits, today is an amazing day to be a developer. That's how I'm doing today. How are you doing on this wonderful Wednesday? I spy Azure DevOps almost as cancerous as AWS tools in some ways. I disagree. I really love Azure DevOps. And it has been beneficial to me and pretty healthy for me to use. Thank you for noting that, though. I absolutely love DevOps. I love the tool Azure DevOps. I don't love doing DevOps. Don't want to be misunderstood. I still don't enjoy doing DevOps, but if I need to, I like that I have this tool called Azure DevOps to do it through. I should say I've seen some very old legacy code being mixed with it. Modern day code probably isn't bad. No, DVD camera, no, please, no. No, you said it. You are now DevOps. No takebacks. I heard it. Oh, I don't want to be DevOps. President Notcher says, as long as I can use classic pipelines, I'll take Azure DevOps. Same. So same. I agree. Oh, honey. No, I got an email from Honey. I'm not calling you Honey. we were gonna, oh, I did fix it. So I'm actually just curious to know if it's going to work, if it's going to only give me NuGet packages in the artifacts feed. Not artifacts feed, artifacts directory. So we're gonna run it real quick. How long did the previous one take to run? 2 minutes. All right, we'll come back in a couple minutes. 8-Bit says, before they got all the modern features for GitHub integration, there was a team I worked with. They wrote some questionable API to integrate Azure and GitHub themselves. Yeah, I can imagine that being a super duper big nightmare, but they actually don't allow you to create new projects using Team Foundation version control anymore, I don't think. So the public visibility, so I don't have public because this is a free account, but it says that certain features like Team Foundation version control are not supported in the public one. So I'm assuming that you wouldn't be able to pick TFVC in public. And here, this is a private repo, and you can see that you cannot select Team Foundation. So you don't have to worry about Team Foundation anymore on Azure DevOps. Well, unless of course, you join a team that may or may not have Team Foundation version control on some of their projects. I don't know any teams that still use Team Foundation version control on their projects, pointing at this big Team Foundation version control. Good grief, automated realms. Congrats, Big Gamey. Even though your arrow flew over the target way high, remember, the real victory lies within the learning process. Yeah, I'm definitely talking before GitHub Actions too. So I used to love Team Foundation version control, which then turned into visuals. Well, I guess Team Foundation server was still a thing for quite a while, but Team Foundation became online or something like that, became Visual Studio Team Services, and I loved using that. And then they started adding GitHub, which I was I had limited knowledge on GitHub, on how to use GitHub, especially for managing projects. And yeah. 8-Bits, you're into modern technology. Have you used Perforce for Unity source control? TBD said to Big Gamey, "You're clearly too tired." And then said to Automated Realms, "He landed right in front of it. What arrow were you watching?" "Ah, it seems there was a mix-up. My apologies for the confusion. It appears that your arrow landed quite close to the target. Well done." Yeah. And then Big Gamey says, "Target way is not one word. I thought you were mean to me until TBD Gamer chimed in." Oh, I see. My apologies for the confusion. You sure do apologize a lot, Automated Realms. My apologies for the confusion. It seems that I misinterpreted your message. My previous response was not meant to be taken literally. Please disregard that statement. 8-Bit says, "Dear God, don't even want to try it unless you have people with Perforce experience." TVD said, "Perforce is an experience for sure." So I didn't want to use GitHub. I did find it pretty easy to add LFS and the git ignore file and all that stuff. Then I saw that the Unity source control was an option, so I had used that before. No, I hadn't used it before, so I was choosing between that and Perforce. And so in Friday's stream, I think it was, we were talking about Perforce, and I'm like, well, I'll give it a shot. what's the worst that can happen? This is just a side project, a very relaxed, laid back project. So I set up Perforce on a computer that's in that room and set up workspaces on these two after figuring out that it's not like you set up one shared workspace. Your repo is actually this thing called a taco. Taco is the only word that comes to mind. Depot. So you set up a depot, but I didn't know which parts of a Unity project I should add to that depot so that I could just clone this depot into my workspace and be able to start working in Unity. Yeah, so those are branches. I understand that. Streams are branches. But what I didn't understand is how to organize, like this one is specifically my splash screen, my logo splash screen that I'm creating for the One Line Creative stream. So do I add the solution and CS proj files to the depot? Or is the only thing that really goes in the depot my assets folder and my manifests? And why is packages -lock in there? And then which project settings do I also add? So I think it was BitGamey that recommended taking a look at the Unity source control and seeing what stuff gets added to its git ignore. And then I don't even know what this is. I don't know why this is part of it. So anyway, those were the questions. It's like, do I add the solution file? Do I add the CS proj? Do I add the UI element schema? Do I add various project settings? What is the minimum amount of things I can add to this project's depot so that I can clone it on whatever new machine that I have in a workspace for it and open it in Unity without errors? There's a button that lets me check out, but I didn't see the button for creating the depot files. But that's fine. I'm just blind. And I was overwhelmed when I was setting this up. Are you using Perforce special version made for Unity? There's a special version for Unity. I don't know. I followed the tutorial information on some Unity site and it said, go here, download these 4 things, install them. So it was like Perforce server, set that up, install and set it up. Perforce visual, which is the client UI, install that on all of the machines that are going to be using it. Perforce CLI, install that on whatever machines you want to set it up on. But yeah, there are things like if I didn't have this checked out, in the inspector up here, it tells me check out and then lock the file, submit the file, all that stuff, and revert the file. There is, and yeah, I could do all of that in Unity. I could right click version control and submit my changes and add things. So like this mark add button, but that's the point where I'm like, what all do I add? I know that I don't want to add the packages because those will get downloaded from my manifest. Let's see. Perforce window. If you see it before me, let me know, because I'm terrible at reading, especially when it's in front of people. And it looks like no. Project window, hierarchy window, other windows. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have anything in the way of a Perforce window. So maybe I don't have a specific to Unity Perforce version. Asset management version control. Yes. Yes, I do. Which it is now going to get added to, actually put it down here. It's going to get added to my default layout. But still, this definitely makes seeing my changed files and what I have checked out and all that stuff easy. But what do I add to the original source control is what I want to know. Did I need to add the solution and CS proj files, or will those just get generated by Unity every single time I open the project and keep them locally on that specific machine? Did I close Perforce? I thought we were still looking at it. Why would I close it? Awesome. I really appreciate that, 8-bits. It has been pretty easy to work with, aside from needing to check out files before you try to manipulate them. I am constantly going back and forth between that computer and this computer. So it's been really helpful as far as just being able to access the files. What I was doing is accessing it over network. So I had it on a network drive on the same computer that is acting as the Perforce server, and that caused a lot of issues. Ooh, forgot about that. Thank you for the email. Okay, I'm gonna leave that open because I keep referring back to it. If you can tell, that computer's name is Nightshade. I don't have a P4 ignore file. So yeah, if you just give me the contents to add to that file, that would be amazing. Duka 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 Soft and Big Gamey enjoying their time with the archery bot and talking and talking with automated realms, telling it lies. TBD Gamer has joined in that conversation. There is a shout out for 8-bits currently up on your screen. Awesome. Thank you so very much, 8-bits. Excuse me. Sometimes my shoulder makes a quacking noise. I really do appreciate that. All right, so I'll check that out after the stream. I'll probably be doing more with it today. Again, I really want to get back to just music, but it was kind of fun putting together that scene. So like this scene here that I keep referring to because I'm proud of it, is achieving the look and feel that I want, aside from wanting to get that wireframe effect on here. And in fact, I kind of don't like this mountain anymore. I don't like this peak. That one's going away. We'll get another one in its place. That one was ugly. But yeah, so I told you that the way that I created these mountains is I took the height map, exported it as raw, converted it to PNG, opened up Blender, created a plane, added a displacement modifier onto it, or of course set the dimensions of it, scaled it, whatever, added a displacement modifier on it, and then increased it until it was the height that I wanted, which was about like 70 something to 200 meters. Somewhere between 70 and 200 meters tall for these mountains. Then I went through that entire mesh that was created because it created it as one big mesh, and then I just cut out parts of it that looked like they belonged together. And because it was still very disgusting looking, I did a remesh modifier on top of it. And then with that remesh modifier, I got these amazing, beautiful looking mountains, low poly mountains that I absolutely loved. And I got a whole bunch out of it too. I mean, look at all of these that I can play with. Is this the same one? I'm really attracted to this one, except when this thing is pointing straight up. So I want to modify some of the objects because I kind of just took it as it was. It was a lot of work and I didn't want to spend too much more time on it. Yeah, these are beautiful. I love them. Yeah, and the thing that I really didn't understand is I have this texture that looks like this, and when I put the texture on there, I'm not seeing the lines. Oh, true. You know, I bet you it would still look good upside down. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, it was a lot of fun doing that. I really enjoyed that process, but then at the same time, it was kind of like, I'm spending a lot more time on this than I want. But I did get the scene that I wanted, the structure of the scene that I wanted. So, for example, this here is a terrain object. And so what I did is I created a quick, not material, a quick texture, a quick PNG that was 1024 by 1024, filled in the background with this purple color that I wanted. And then I have 3 layers, white, pink, that purple color. And then I did some clipping, some masking, so that it gives it this radiant glow kind of situation, this neon glow, which was perfect. It worked. And I used it as a terrain texture here. And it did exactly what I expected it to do, which is repeated the texture across the surface of the terrain. That worked also when I did it as when I did the mountains as part of the terrain. So it was all one big terrain, and then I raised and lowered various sections to make it look like a mountain range type of area. I painted the mountains with this one, so I had both of them as terrain layers. But now that I have taken these, turned them into objects, imported them back in as regular OBJs into the scene, and I try to apply the same texture, they just turn out to be blue without repeating the texture with lines and stuff. So I don't know what's going on. So for example, if I were to replace this texture here, paint texture. Here it is. If I were to replace this texture here with this one, it would immediately update to my blue texture with the lines. Perfect. Works perfectly. But when I put that on an object, why aren't you undoing the... Apparently undo does not work for for texture, for changing the texture in a component. So what I don't get is why doesn't that texture just work on these? Yeah, I'd give you this entire project if you wanted it. I just don't know how to share that part. Yeah, it's not really something I'm trying to do on this stream, but I mean, you're offering, and I definitely don't want to turn that down. So I think it's this thing. Now that I'm looking at it, I didn't realize that what it did instead is created a material for me and use that as the texture for it. I did not realize that's what happened. So now that I see that, it's probably this that needs to get updated. But why isn't it rendering? Why aren't these changes rendering? Whoa, too close, too close. Okay, so do you need both this material and the texture? And the obj? Yeah, I'll just give those to you. Is it okay if I private message them to you? Just so I don't clutter up the stream. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put it in the forum post that you added. Duh. I'd be happy to check out the proj if you are willing to share any files. Yeah, so the texture and the object. Okay. So the objects, I'm just going to pick a couple pick one at random. Came with this material file, but I don't know how to use it. It's what Blender spit out when I did the, there was a utility that I used that was wave form batch export, so that all of the objects I had selected would get exported. And it generated the .obj and the .mtl, but I don't know if that's what this is. So I'll give you both of those. Why 5? Give me a better one. This one, 3. Let's go with 3. I like 3. So here is those, the material and obj. Not 100% sure yet, but I think I might know the issue. I would have to check the obj and texture. Okay, and then the actual texture itself, again, just a PNG that's 1024 by 1024. That was this Photoshop file exported to PNG. Okay, so they are both in the codehelp.net forum post that you created. And I will definitely make sure to add this to the P4 ignore or whatever it's called. Cool. And these objects and stuff, they're nothing special, so feel free to do whatever you want with them. Yeah. There's nothing amazing nor special about them. They took maybe, well, I'd still say they took an hour or so of my time to put together because I was learning how to use Blender and export from Unity terrain to import as an object in Blender. Mad aligned. I don't know. And I don't think I have it installed on this computer. Nice. What version of Blender do I have? I have Blender 3.4, and I think it's like past Blender 4 now. Creepy toast. 4.4. So that'll be fun. Okay. So with that sidebar out of the way, I have a lot of thoughts. I don't have any thoughts on how to approach this still. I do have one thought that will make this easier to test. And that thought is pretty much what I did for the rest of my regular value transformation operations, was created an extension method which I'm going to do now, because it'll feel like a step forward even though all I'm doing is moving things around on a plate. Is contains the same thing as in? Probably not. But yeah, if anyone, I'm hesitant to say that because I don't want to make a liar of myself. Think it's a UV thing. So do I need to create a UV map for it? Since it doesn't have one to begin with? Like the objects are just pure objects with no UV coordinates set. I still have the Blender file, so I can definitely create a UV map, or I don't know what it's called, a UV unwrapping for it. I thought so. That one's going to be harder. For now, we're going to let equals stay like this. I'm not going to make an extension method for equals just because there is an object equals. Instead, again, let's start with the greater than operation. Let's start with between because it's not filled in yet. There's going to be a public static class between operation extension. So, sure. And this is between this transformation. Oh my gosh. Transformation result. Left result. Transformation result. Right result. And then the logic for it here. Between, oh gosh. Between's a special case though. It's not going to use a right result. It's going to use a list of stuff. So, 8-bits. I don't know if the texture that you are putting in there is intended to replace the one that I'm using, but just keep in mind that I want to use that texture for the effect of it. Or wanted to use that texture for the effect of it. I'm going to use a shader now that I know more about that, and I got some feedback earlier in the stream to achieve the wireframe looking effect that I'm going for, because this is going to be like a synthwave type of scene kind of thing. But yeah, I already closed it, so I can't just switch to it and show it to you because it's closed. Oh, yes I can, because I just downloaded it, which means that it should be right about now. Funk Soul Brother, check it out. No. Why is this so hard to find? Dropbox. Image projects. Better goodie. Creative. And my inspo. Okay, so this is the inspiration image, the reference image for the field that I'm trying to invoke using this image. So you notice that the mountains have this wireframe look to them. It's not wireframe, it's, you know, you still can see the solid object, but it has the neon wireframe on top of it, which I understand you can do using a shader. So I'm going to do that. But I was just curious why I could do this when I had it as a terrain and it was pretty much making it a height map. So as I showed before, the terrain will take the texture just fine, but when I imported the objects, placed it in the scene, and tried to use the texture on that object, I wasn't getting the effect I was looking for. I was at least expecting to see a whole bunch of the texture all over it. I was going to say, for fun times, I can show you the issue. If you use this ice texture on the rock, try the same material on any of Unity's default shapes and it can be seen. Okay. We'll take a look at that since you have taken the time to do that. Okay, so let's get a basic shape. Oh, you belong in here. You belong to the noise. 3D object, sphere. Make it big. Have I been muted? No, someone else had that issue. They had to refresh the stream a few times, DC Aggie. Save. to synthwave scene. Eight-bit. Okay, then wait. Oh, right. Blender projects is somewhere else. Here. Okay, so here is the file that we're testing on this. Okay, so we have that texture for you, and we'll put it on 3, was it? Yeah, we'll put it on 3. Duplicate 3. Where are you? I keep looking down in the game scene to try to find this. To the front, please. Okay, so here are those two together, and here is the texture to try there. Okay, so that's that. I still don't know what the issue is, but that's fine. Here goes another texture. Can I just drag it droppy? No, I have to save. Custom checker, 8 bits. Where did you save to? Why didn't you stay in the same folder when I hit save? Okay, here is the texture. Okay, so I still don't see what the issue is. It just looks like it's taking one color. So I don't have a clue. Yes, I do notice that, and I notice that that's not happening over here. I notice that it's only taking one color, is what it looks like to me. Yeah, and I wouldn't have guessed that it was a zoomed in view of a single square. I would not have guessed that, because I don't see any other colors on here, like where the the letter and number would be. I don't see that on here, so I would not have guessed that it's because it's zoomed in. Well, I guess it would be purple for me because my ambient light is purple, so it probably is white. Can I add another directional light and disable this one and make you white? Okay, close enough. So in this case, it's probably one of these up here. So it is super zoomed in on the C number square. Yes. Okay, I believe you. And what I was trying to figure out was, I assumed that was the case. So what I tried already is on the material that got generated for it, I thought that I could decrease the size and it would start showing up. But that never happened. So I don't know how to fix it either. Oh, and then you saw me do it on the actual, whatever this is called. So the exported UV map is only saving the zoomed in spot and no other, so tiling and offsetting just scrolls in the same square. Okay. Still wondering how to fix? Blender, open up the rock and UV. Okay, so unwrap it and then project it. Got it. There's a UV Smart project. That might be good enough for what you want. All right. Taking notes. Because I will try this after the stream. Oh, this thing is hurting my ear so much. I think you guys know I have bone induction headphones. They're cool. I love them. But something happened recently where I think it was because I had my other headphones on top of it, but it's not supposed to bend like that. This one is right. This one. So when I'm wearing them, it's digging into the back of my ear in a very, very painful way. That's okay though. I've had them for about 4 to 6 years now, so they definitely lasted a really long time. But yeah, I'll where are my notes? Stream. Okay, so Blender, objects, UV Smart project, possibly. And is there a way to do multiple objects in this UV Smart I mean, I'll look it up. But the main concern is that there are a lot of mountain pieces, and I would like to be able to apply the same thing to multiple mountain pieces at the same time. Like applying the modifier was difficult at first because I was applying a remesh modifier to every single piece individually after separating them out, which was annoying. And then applying the mesh modifier to every single individual piece because I wanted it to stay like that because I didn't like the original mesh anyway, so I wanted to apply the mesh modifier, the remesh modifier. And then I found out that you can do it to one of them, click on it, shift click on the rest of them, copy to selected. Cool. But now how about applying them still? That was really annoying. Okay. Can I save? Download? Download? Download. Why didn't download work? Oh, it did work. Yeah, I really need to get back to work though. I am really thankful again that you are taking the time to look at this with me. I wasn't planning on spending too much more stream time on it since I am on the clock. I am doing work time. But I also don't want to be ungrateful and just say, I'm done looking at things on stream. Because you're being extremely helpful. You're answering the questions that I have, and yeah. Unity Fridays. It would be a different day of the week. Fridays, I really do want to keep as community days, but it would be at around 1:30 my time on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday on the One Line Creative channel. Downloads is where I'm trying to go. I do. Just started. I haven't been advertising it very much, but right now I am doing Music Mondays on Music Night on Monday at 1:30 p.m., which is immediately after I end my workday stream. Music unmute. Unmute. And what I've been doing with that so far is resolving any technical issues that I've been having on stream. And then I finally was able to take a little bit of a deeper dive into Vital on this past stream. And now it's like, that's not quite turning out how I was expecting it to turn out. I was expecting to be able to understand more about Vital, because now I'm forcing myself to only look at how to do sound engineering in Vital one piece at a time. But I'm like not progressing. And so I'm like, maybe if I took apart an instrument that someone else created. So I spent almost all of last stream looking for a specific sound, or at least something close enough to the sound I'm trying to make, to pick it apart, understand how it was put together, so that I can create my own. And I got nowhere with that. So now what I'm really wanting to do is spend my regular music hobby time, which is pretty much every day except Friday, 1:30 to 3 o'clock or 3:30 my time, and create the sound I'm looking for, and then talk about how I created it, so that we can make actual music on the stream. But that's Music Mondays. And then I was thinking of doing like Unity on some of the days, artistic endeavors. It's for all things artistic related. So one of my favorite mediums to work with is clay. So that would be fun. That's almost a maker crafter type of stream. But I absolutely love working with clay. What was the name of the file? Unwrapped. Where did you download to? Oh, right. I forgot that I made a phone. Okay, so one last look at this. I am going to drop it after this though, 8-bits. And yes, definitely I will use a shader. The other thing that I liked about the reference image, by the way, is, oh gosh, now I have it in way too many places. The thing that I like the most about this reference, or not liked most, the next thing that I really liked about the, wait, there was another image then that I was using as my reference. But the other thing that I liked was that the mountains themselves had the, like when in most games, when you have a target, the target indicator is an outline on that target. Regardless of how they're facing you, it's always facing the camera kind of thing and always outlining them. So I liked having that on the mountains. So you can see in the version of it that I was working on in Photoshop. which is closed because I thought I was moving one. Here, still like this. I did the outline and then I just filled, and then I was planning on hand drawing in the wireframe-ish looking thing to make it look 3D, but that was a lot of work already getting to this point, so I don't exactly know how to draw in. I can't envision what it would look like for this to be a 3D object that just has the wire mesh, the wireframe showing on top of the object itself. So I started following a tutorial on a simple surface shader, and I was halfway through that, but then I was doing work. I got started with my workday. Okay, unwrapped object goes in models. Here is my unwrapped object, putting it in my mountains. The mountains may fall. Okay, and we're using the blue grid texture. I said we're using the blue grid texture. Yay! Cool. Very cool. Is there a way to rotate textures? Or is that specifically based off of the UV map? I'm asking more questions and I need to stop. Oh, no worries, no worries. The only question I had shouldn't have been asked anyway, because I do need to move on. I need to do my workday stuff and do things that I can actually build a client for. Any time that I'm taking away now to do stuff that's not work related, I make up for after the stream, and that cuts into my hobby time, my alone time, and yeah. These are all questions that I would ask the interwebs anyway. Oh, this is going to be difficult because we need a low limit and high limit. But I don't know what to use as my parameters for the low limit and high limit. So we're just going to do objects for now. Because this can be, oh, you know what though? You know what though? I could make an override for each data type. You know what though? You do, you just do. What is up with comparison operation registry? Anyway, we'll get back to between, because between is special. It doesn't compare to values that are being calculated from somewhere else. All right, 8 bits. Enjoy your stream time. I'll start lurking on your channel so that you have at least one person hanging out. 8 bits per play. So if you guys don't know 8 bits per play, he works on a lot of Unity related content around asset creation, around 2D panels and manipulations and tools, and is also working on his own game at the same time. Ooh. Let's see if I can get it to just generate the whole line. Oh. I do want to mimic SQL. That was another thing. I'm gonna look this up really quick. Hopefully it does have an immediate response, an immediate true or false. Yes, this is possible. No, this is not. But I want to know if for a C# data table query using SQL, can you write SQL statements to get a value back? Oh my goodness. I just want to know. I don't need you to sell me stuff. Add row. Are equal. Comparing two data table column values in C#. SQL, I can use Entity Framework. I mean, a data table is essentially just a data store. It's kind of like having an entity object. It's just that we don't have formalized C# property types or a class that represents a single row in a data table. In this case, because we're creating the data table based off of imported values. But look at this. You can use SQL but equals is sequence equal. Oh, and it's comparing values from two different data tables, not from two different columns. This is misworded. This says comparing two data table column values in C#. This is comparing a column set from one data table to a column set in another data table. This is sorting. This is filtering. This is turning it into a list. This is creating a new object, which is what our application does. Hello, Deflux. Oh. Okay, so it's not like you can write SQL to do this. So what I was imagining, what I was envisioning, what I was hoping for, what I wanted to happen is that, let's say, work stuff. Projects, new lab data. Let's say we had this file that's incoming. and we wanted to create a mapping that constructed the file name as a combination of fields, where the first field is the laboratory, which is called sampling lab. Gosh, I hate having to read receipt lab. No, I'm thinking of installation. Okay, so installation is going to be a constant value, which there is no way to do a constant value just from that list if you're doing a combined fields. And that is going to be RK for R. Kelly, of course, as all of you know. Then it's going to be the batch number. Then it's going to be the analysis lab. And we're putting it together using syntax that this application understands of $ curly brace, index of which one of these columns you want to get the values from, $ index of the next one, the number one, dash, $ index of the next one. However, there are going to be some things that need to change during the mapping process. So right now this is giving us RK dash, and then this is the batch number, followed by the number 1 for magical reasons, dash, and then the spelled out name of the analysis lab. Problem is that the analysis lab needs to be converted to a 2-character name. Hello, Draw Curiosity. How are you doing on this fantastic Wednesday? So that needs to be changed as well. So instead, what if we created in memory another data table that is your lookup data table that holds your lookups for lab names, let's say. And so you go from Eurofin Sacramento to ES. I don't know what it's going to be. We can do that here by going map fields and finding a value and mapping it to whatever we want. ES for España. Slowly waking up. Awesome. España. So now we have, whenever we see Eurofin Sacramento, it's going to print out ES, which is going to also update in the mapping, which is cool. But then we have this other thing here, this 320821568 number. That needs to be updated as well to be the substring of oops. The last 4 numbers of the batch number, like so. And so now we have the correct format for our file name. Wait, oh dear, I broke it. Same. Goodness. Okay, but anyway, point is, we have to do all of the España. Nice. Now we have to we had to do all of those configurations using syntax that's pretty specific to this application. I mean, it's simple syntax, which is cool. It's just these $ placeholder values that are unique. The other one that is kind of difficult though is regular expressions, but I inform them that what you can do is, if you need help, if you actually want to use this regular expressions thing and you need help, then you can go to regex 101. You can talk to a GPT and be like, I need a regular expression that takes this value here and pulls out this string, and then it'll write the regular expression for you. But they have to learn regex if they want to use that feature. And I need to know why this is crashing. That's just not good. No, I missed. I always miss. Why are you yelling, T-Fox? I get scared whenever regex is mentioned. The biggest one, here's a really good example of a lookup table, of a real lookup table that they need. These analyte names, and actually I think I should be able to show this. Tugasoft. Stop traumatizing the kid. Mufasa. Mufasa. Okay. That's labs. Try again. We're looking for test codes. Dear Sir or Madman. Look here. Okay, test codes. Here's our lookup table for test codes. There are different scientific names for various analyte acronyms. For example, this here, 11C1PN, is known as 1,1-dichloropropane or propylidene chloride. And so we could use this table and hook up our distinct, unique application that is specifically trying to upload data to that table or to that database. So we know that these are going to exist. However, we can't just do a direct lookup of what they have, because, like, let's look for this one. Nitrosodide and propylamine -D14. It does exist in here. However, this database in certain forms, like percent pasta percent, is case sensitive. So if I don't get the exact case correct, then we are not going to get a result. So it could just be that the D at the end is capitalized. It could be that every segment of it is capitalized. I don't know. Clear filter. And if I knew what the acronym was for it, then I could just go straight to it and we'll find it. But point is, we would have to have a way to be able to search partial matches in that test name column. So instead, what we could do is make a flattened version of this table where, instead of a column having multiple values, which breaks it breaks second normal form, doesn't it? Is to just have here is our test names, here's the CAS, here is all of the information about that test acronym that only has one value per column. And then here is a related table that is a lookup of test name to full test name. And there are duplicate test name acronyms and only single full test names. So this would have two entries, for example. This would have an entry for 2-ethyl-1,3-tridimethylbenzene. Easy. And di. I'm gonna assume that this is read as di-tri-sept, whatever. Ethyl M xylene. that's an option. Or we could have some kind of in-memory lookup data table, which we still need the core values stored somewhere. But what I'm trying to get to, the long road that I've been traveling on, is it would be nice if we could just do a SQL query on a given row to generate the output that we're looking for when we're doing our field mapping. So for one particular row, let's say it is the, actually this would be a good one. Let's say it's the lot. Lot is required. However, in our database, lot is expected to be 4 characters long. The closest thing that they give us in the file is this analysis batch. So this would represent the lot number. And typically there's only one lot per file. We talked about this before. There have been files that had multiple lots, but typically it's one lot per file. And our naming convention, at least for the lab that we currently use, is, oh, please have data in here. Okay, is an alphabetical sequence of 4 characters, skipping O and Q. I know that it skips O for sure. And it just increases. So the next number here would have been ANRH. The next one, ANRI, ANRJ, ANRK, all the way through the end. And when we get to the last ANR number, then it goes to ANS, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So you get 24 times 24 times 24 times 24. Possible combinations of characters for your lot number. On top of that, this first letter, or first couple of letters, is the acronym for the lab. So even though ARDL, the lab that created these results, would have their own AAAA through ZZZZ, or ZZZZ, which is harder to say. The Eurofins lab, EU, oh, it is EU. The Eurofins lab would have EU AAAA through EU ZZZZ, ZZZZ, Z. Huh. But the problem is that the file they give us has a batch number. And so we would need some way to associate this batch number with the next available alpha code for lot number. I still don't know what it has to do with wanting to be able to use SQL. Gosh. Okay. The conditional formulas that we're working on, this is what I would want SQL for. This data table, the final amount column, has a data type of decimal in the data table. When we manipulate it using the field mapper, everything is treated as a string. Even if we are doing a result. I'm so blind. Does anyone see result? There you are. Even if we're doing a calculation, the calculation, I'm still using this magical placeholder syntax. But it's taking in a string. We need results. Why is he yelling? I don't know. Error. So here's an instance where, oh gosh, that's a lie. So I guess this column would get set as a string in the data table. Point is, ¿Qué pasa, Mufasa? I didn't even see that, draw curiosity. My dad always would say that. ¿Qué pasa, Mufasa? What was I saying? This would be a good case, though, still for if the value of what we're looking at is ND, then output null or empty, or whatever we're using for a non-detect result, probably 0. Otherwise, do the value plus whatever number you're adding to it, or times, or divided by 1,000, or if the number is greater than, if the number is less than 20, no, if the number is less than 100, sorry, then divide, gosh, if the number is less than 10, leave it alone. If the number is less than 20, divide by 10. If the number is less, if the number is less than 100, divide by 10. If the number is less than 1,000, divide by 100. If the number is less than 10,000. Because everything is stored in our database to the tens place, and then there's an exponent column. If we could do that in SQL, it would be a lot easier than writing a conditional rule, which we're working on currently, for being able to say condition value less than blah, do this. Condition value less than blah, do this. And not only that, but we have to deal with decimal places too. So if the value is less than 0, then multiply by 10. Oh gosh, it's really hard. If the number is less than 1/100,000th, then multiply by whatever the number is. 10 to the 4th. 10 to the 6th. I don't know what it is. But you get my drift. It'd be easier to do in SQL. We're moving on. That went nowhere. That went absolutely nowhere. I just don't want to write these because I don't have the full picture of it yet. And yeah, I just don't have the full picture of it yet. But for now, public static class, I'm just going to do. What is the original? DC Aggie. Coding logic equals easy. Business logic equals true. So DC Aggie said, developers love SQL, but I'm a fan of the original. Never mind. Now that I've said it out loud, I get it. Little slow, but I got it. I guess it's just called server. Even better now that I get the joke. List of, we're gonna do object. Wait, this is contains. This isn't in. Contains only makes sense to use in a, oh gosh, it is entirely possible to do this on an array. So if result was an array, it's okay. It's okay. Everything is okay. We're just gonna fake it. Let's just do it. See what happens. No, not right result. Check if the left result contains the value. Thank you. Return true. Actually, we're gonna, I really am hesitant to do return not implemented or throw not new not implemented exception because we will be testing a bunch of these individually. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Ends with. Ends with also makes sense to run on an array, but it's not typical. If you think about it, do you personally assume that you can use an ends with on a collection? Is that typically something you think of that you would want to use in a collection? So in this case, you have an input string, you do a regular expression, and you say, does this array of string that you get back from your regex matches end with is the last element blah? No, you would use dot last equals. Ends with really only makes sense to use on a string. So hopefully this thing knows that we are going to use a string for that. Yes. Okay. And yes, I am doing this for every single one. This is what my brain wants to do. I want to logic out, does this make sense for this particular operation? The parameters, the incoming parameters, not necessarily the implementation yet. And then at this higher level, we can take a look at it and be like, does it make sense? Sure it makes sense. Oh gosh, what if we always use a transformation result? That way we leave ourselves the room. We leave ourselves room for being able to use another field's value, transformed value, in our between. So here's an example. Here's a very valid example. If result, so this number here, the first thing we would check is if non-detect, then output 0. The next step would be if result is between low limit and high limit. The values that we get back from low limit and high limit, then set result equal to 0. Set result equal to result divided by 2, because that would be below minimum reporting levels. And a lot of times the MRL is stored as 1/2 MRL. Okay, so that is actually a for real example of why we would want to be able to use a transformation result as opposed to just some random value for the low limit, some random value for the high limit. Great. Fantastic. Greater than. So then same with contains. If that row's sample ID contains that row's batch number, I think this is a real thing. So we have lab job ID, which is the lab sample ID. We also have records that have the analysis batch number 320821568 with a different with no lab analysis, no, with a different lab job ID. So this row here, if this contains the analysis batch, yeah, if lab sample ID contains analysis batch, then it is a test. There's different ways to know that this is a a control sample. So this LCS means that it's a lab control sample. But you can also tell from this particular lab that it is a lab control sample if the lab sample ID contains the analysis batch ID. So that's why I'm allowing for you to use a transform result, because you could specify that this value is coming from another field for that row. Gosh. Anyway, thank you so much for the follow. Didn't mean to talk over your follow. I don't display the names of people who follow. That way you don't feel like you have to get shouted at or pointed out, called upon. You could just follow quietly if you felt like it and you just want to lurk. Or if you feel like talking, then please feel free to do so. You are very welcome here. And I'll do my best not to miss chats anymore. Okay, so there we have it. Contains is going to allow for a transformation result. And again, the transformation result also covers the case where you're just doing a constant value. The UI for it will look similar to when you do a constant value here. Constant value really is just a transformation result where the original value and the value itself are whatever you type in this field. Which apparently I'm typing Sophie. So when we look at the file name, it's always Sophie. Or Zoe. Or... No! 8-Bits needed to restart his stream, and it hasn't come back yet. Also gonna lurk on Settlix. All of these amazing people going live. I have a feeling Draw Curiosity will be going live soon. She usually wakes up little around this time, gets ready for her stream, hangs out on random streams like ours, and then gets her stream started. So check out Draw Curiosity. She is a personality streamer who is also very knowledgeable about a whole bunch of subjects. She's a doctor, as in PhD doctor, and raises awareness about lots of different topics, talks science-y, does all of the cool things, plays Words with Friends on stream, just a whole bunch of stuff. So check out her stream if you have the availability to. When she goes live, follow her, etc., etc. So Jigsaw gave her a shout out way up there when she said hello. Okay. Was there more to say about that? No. That was just my logic on why to use a transformation result in contains as well, and not just a string. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. We're Dr. Ines. Ines? I think she said it's pronounced Ines. Like A-Y-Z. Yeah, Ines. Shacked. Oh, shacked. I can read. And you have a Draw Curiosity emote, which means you know who she is. Awesome. Look at all these sheeple. Okay, ends with same thing. So we're gonna just assume that for all of these, because we have a pattern going, we have 3 in a row, 4 in a row actually. Well, I guess equals doesn't count, but greater than. Oh, right. Yeah. So we have 4 in a row that are using a transformation result for both the left and the right operands of these. The between is going to be the low limit and high limit. Contains is going to be the transformation result, the value that we're looking for in the left result. It could be an array, it could be a single string that we are checking contains. The ends with operation could be a string. Actually, we're going to assume that ends with will only be appropriate for a string input, because again, if we're thinking about a collection, we would assume last if we're thinking ends with. Contains, on the other hand, is something that we think of as both for a string or a collection, which a string is a collection of characters. So you know what I'm getting at. Do you know what that means? Yes? Yes. Public static. So then greater than or equal to is going to look exactly like greater than, except also have equal to. In is going to be a fun one, because our second parameter is going to be a collection of stuff. So let's see what Copilot does with it. We're most likely going to have to change it. Oh. Okay. I love that it's using params. I like that a lot. But what if? What if the second parameter, the thing that we're checking if the first transformation result is in the collection of, what if that second parameter was a field transformation? So for example, and I'm gonna run through this example, see if it is actually something that would happen. But let's say that we wanted to know if the value that we got after transforming the what? Yeah, I can't think of a clear example, so I'm gonna make one up and see if that is even something that they would think about trying to do or using. Let's say they transformed the preparation date and they extracted only the month, day, and year. And they wanted to know if that value there, if the month, day, year value from prep date is in the list of month, day values extracted from the collection date column. For whatever reason. It does not seem like a valid thing that would happen. Man, and of course, I still I have this insane desire, we'll call it, for a given field transformation. I have a desire to stub out a method that will take a left result and a field transformation for here's how we're going to get the value, the list of values I don't think this is going to be used at all. I can't bring myself to not include it. I don't know why. It's a case that I thought of, so I may as well code for it, even if it's never used. But when you use that logic too often, you run into an issue where you have all of this tech debt and you have all of these unused methods that you're going to have to maintain and fix if anything ever goes wrong, or if you want to change it out. Oh gosh, I want to delete it, but I can't. Compulsion tells me not to. Okay, is false and is not null and is true. These are all going to be very, very simple. Yagni. Yagni. This takes a lot of effort. Tink. Just push the delete button. Just push it. Ah. That was a good argument, DC Aggie. That helped me be able to push the delete button. If we do need it, we'll create it when we do need it. Thank you. Okay, so it did implement it in the way that I would have assumed, or it did stub it out in the way that I would have assumed, which is the only thing that we get is a transformation result. And we're essentially going to find out if the value that we got back from our transformation is falsy. We're going to use the JavaScript term falsy. And by falsy, it's either going to be null, not defined, false, a number other than, no, or 0, sorry. Or if it is numeric, then 0. Or the string true, or the string false. The thing is, we don't have to worry about undefined and null in this case because, well, I guess transformation result value is nullable. Yeah, so we might consider whether or not we might consider whether or not we consider null to be false. So yeah, let's go ahead and just write the logic for that. I'm gonna do it as a return, but we'll just change it into a methods expression. So if result, he's losing it. If result dot value oh dear. You know, this was going to be easy, except that it's not going to be easy. So first check, what is he even? First check if the result is null. Ooh, what got delivered? Squirrel. Oh, right. We bought washing machine cleaner. The only code you'll never need to test, fix, or enhance is code you never write. The only code you'll never need to test, fix, enhance again is code you delete. This is a sound philosophy. Okay, If the result is a Boolean, then return the value. Except that that's not going to be the case. So because I've elected to store the value as a string, then what we really need to do is if result, if bool.try parse bool, no, result.value, what am I thinking? Then return bool value. Then return not bool value. Otherwise, if it is numeric, return false if the number is 0. If in double dot parse, that makes sense. Double dot parse is better. Is 0. Then we retrieve that. If it's a string, return false if the string is empty. How do I want to treat any other string? So it's easy. If it's a nullable Boolean, how do you treat the... I guess that would be up here, though. If it's null, we'll treat it as false. And it's not result, it's result.value. So what'll happen is if we got back a nullable Boolean, it'll be stored in the value field as a nullable string. So I guess that also handles the case, no, that doesn't handle empty string. So if it's an empty string, do we want to treat that as also false, as null? String is null or white space. Right, and that's the thing, because well, result here is a transformation result, which is non-nullable. The incoming transformation result object, which is a record, but still non-nullable coming in. So we know that result itself isn't going to be null. And being a record, it could be treated as a reference or as a value type. I think it is by default, right? Kind of like a struct. So we could use the has value if the transformation result itself was nullable, but it's not. The value on the transformation result object is a nullable string, which means that we won't need to use the value type has value method on it to determine if it's empty. So what is our default though? Oh no, please. I enjoy the random thoughts on the topic that I'm working on because they do get me thinking about it. You have come up with a whole bunch of other things that were just completely out here for me. And when I looked at them, I'm like, yeah, you're absolutely right. I need to look at that. So please don't stop what you're doing. You're doing amazing. So if the value coming in is a null or white space string, which means that it could just be full of space only. Tabs, space bars, carriage returns. I think carriage returns are also treated as white space. Then we are returning true. Whoops. Then we're saying, yes, this is false. if it is a Boolean, if it's a Boolean stored as a string, then we will return whatever that Boolean value is, but inverted, because if the value is true, then is false. If the value is false, then is false is true. And if the value is null, it would have gotten handled up here. And then if it's a number, we return if it's equal to 0, then it's false. If it's any other number, it is true. But by default, what should we return? All other values are treated as truthy. So Copilot wants me to treat all of the other values as truthy. So string values that are not Booleans or numeric or empty. Sure. Why not? It's a decision we made. We'll write it in the remarks so that the developer using this will know. A result is considered false if it is null, an empty string, or a falsy value. Non-zero numbers. The string false stored, or string false. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So false equals false is true. Null equals false is true. Does null equal null? I think in C# the answer is yes. It doesn't matter on type, except for maybe a value reference or a value type versus a reference type. Those might be two different types of null. I don't know for sure. I would need to throw together. Actually, you know what? We can throw together something. And it shouldn't derail us too far. I'm doing this to myself. I really need to stop doing this to myself, though. Let's just take all of your examples. And so according to C#, we know that null is not going to equal false, but in our world it does. So you already know for sure that in C# null will equal null. But my question was, does int nullable. There we go. Versus we'll do nullable. Yeah, because I think this equals is going to compare nullable int with some override for nullable object. And actually it says we can't compare equals for a nullable int to a nullable object. So a nullable value type with a nullable reference type. So we would have to do a object equals, which is probably still going to be like, you can't use a nullable int. Oh, I guess it does. And it's true. So if we did an object equals for a nullable primitive for a nullable value type with a nullable reference type, what about all value types? So another example would be some struct. Some struct. Okay, what do you say? True in all cases. So null equals null when you do object.equals. You cannot do the equals operator on a struct object, on a value reference to a object reference. Now we know. Are we going to remember? Who knows? But as far as what I'm writing now, are we saying that null equals null? So if result dot, well, I guess in this case it wouldn't matter. We are only checking to see if the value that we have is one of these things that we're treating as falsy. And the things that we're treating as falsy are null or white space strings, because again, the value property in result is a string, is a nullable string. So if this is null or white space, then it is false. If it is a Boolean stored as a string that says false, then it will be false. If it is a number stored as a string that is equal to 0, then that is false. Oops. Okay, so there we go. But then everything else is considered not false and also not true. So you're going to see that even if you do is false on something that is not, that doesn't match one of these, and you do is true, they're both going to return false on that same value. That's what I'm going to choose to do. So that said, let's go ahead and see if Copilot will write the entire is true based on that pattern. You didn't even write it for me? We just did false. No? Okay. Let's bring over the remark. This is me being lazy. I could just copy and paste the method body and invert the true-false returns. And. Non-zero numbers. String true. Everything else is considered not true. And Copilot says, I still have no idea what the logic is you want me to put here, so I'm not going to listen to you. I'm not going to help you out. Do it yourself. Okay, So we're going to say if string is null or white space, return false. Null values are not considered true. If we can parse the result as a Boolean, then return that Boolean. If we can parse the number as the value as a number, then return that number is not equal to 0. Otherwise, everything else is treated as not true. Not. Fun times. I just have the feeling that this wouldn't be used on things that aren't going to evaluate to true or false. Yeah, I don't think the users will be using this to evaluate anything that's going to be other than true or false as their response. Oh gosh. What if they wanted an easy way to convert y and n, the string y and the string n? Not worried about it. If they need it, we'll write it. I'm going to try my best to stick to that Yagni mantra. Extension methods. Okay, is null is going to be easy. And it will specifically be return result dot value is null. Okay, is null. Anyone? Anyone have issue with is null? Anyone want to know about is null? Someone wanted to know about it on TBD stream earlier, which is why I'm asking, why use is null as opposed to equals equals null? And there is a very good reason for it. This is why you don't name your kid null, nan, false, or whack whack. I would name my kid whack whack. No, actually, if I ever had a kid, which I'm not planning on it, I would really prefer not to. So I'm making sure that I'm doing things that don't risk getting a kid, having a kid, getting a kid. Maybe I'll adopt sometime in the future, but definitely not for me. Anyway, moving on. I would have named them Dominique or Dominic. Either pronunciation. Nickname them Nick. Yeah. I've just always liked that name a lot. I don't even know what it means. If it translates to, or if it its origins or has a translation. Is not null. Are you gonna be kind to me? Thank you. This is what I'm gonna name my kid. Oh, I don't know what the syntax is for it. Yes, definitely that. Well, maybe naming it that will ensure you don't have one. Contraception pre-birth. Little Bobby Tables. Exactly. We'll be able to read their name as Little Bobby Tables, but while someone is doing a lookup in the username or first name database, They'll have a fun time. Okay, moving forward. Forward. Cool. As I mentioned with the greater than and greater than or equals to, we're going to allow the right side to be a transformation as well of some sort. Look, I'm doing programming. Isn't it so hard? Not between. Hopefully Copilot will use the same thing that I used, make the same decisions that I used for the between operation. Yes, low limit and high limit. I really need to clarify, and I'm going to use SQL's logic for this, but I need to clarify if we use not between, are we including endpoints or not? Same thing with regular between. Did I do the stub for in? I did. Same thing here. Please use the one that I made for, use the same considerations I made for contains. Static. Is this what we chose? Yes. Yes. Yes, it is. So I guess some notes for this is if the input value is an array, it will check if the left result does not contain any of the values. No, does not contain the string value transformation result. It's not an array. Stop trying to make me think it's an array. Okay, so same thing for contains, but the opposite. Opposite. Oh, right. BR. If the input value is a single string, we'll check if the left result contains the string value. I mean, same thing. It'll do a string contains versus an array contains. Oh gosh, how am I supposed to read this? For ints, a between checks where the absolute value of the difference of the bounds less than or equals 1. The answer is false. And this is a question. That's a good question. What I would do for ints is round and allow the rounding of both sides to determine. The main question is, do we include the endpoints? So for betweens, is it greater than or equal to the low? Or less than or equal to the high? Or is it greater than the low and less than or equal to the high? Greater than or equal to low, less than high, greater than low, less than high. Those are our 4 options. And so I kind of want to do it however SQL does. And the reason that I keep referring back to SQL is because our users know SQL. So I do want to kind of keep it familiar to them if I can. I'm playing with my hair. What our users don't know is my forced syntax using this $index. And the reason I'm using $curly brace for my indexing is because it is entirely possible that some of the values coming in have curly brace number curly brace patterns or $number patterns, but I am confident that there will be no $curly brace number close curly brace patterns in the input data. However, for the open source library, I can't make that assumption. We'll have to think about that one closely. But yeah, so for x between 2 and 3, we'd need to know whether we are including the endpoints, including only one endpoint or the other, or not including the endpoints. Do you name the between method, or are you implementing a contract? Do I name the between method? I don't know what you mean. The way that I am implementing this behavior is the same way that I implemented the behavior for transforming a value. So within a field mapping, you can choose your mapping rule, which is combine input fields into one output field. And then the transformation operation is a class that implements the value transformation base, and the name is specified in the class itself. Yeah, and that's what I was going to do for the parameters when we made the decision. So betweens would be left result, low limit inclusive, high limit inclusive, or exclusive. And then in the description that the user sees is where I would put the words, because like as a user in an application, you don't typically see the words between inclusive. You see in your drop down list of what am I allowed to do with this value. Nope, Waterman. Like here, start date and end date, between start date and end date, and then the tooltip. Dang it. The tooltip would be the thing that specifies whether this date is included in your result of dates. So the instructions in the UI would tell the user whether or not low value is included, high value is included, but not the actual start date inclusive kind of thing. And then for the developer to know, the developer that's using the library, that's where the XML comments come into play, as well as the parameter names. So if I put in here left result, low limit inclusive, high limit inclusive, as opposed to calling the class between operation low limit inclusive, high limit exclusive, or whatever, it'll be on the parameters themselves for the method. And the properties in here. So there would be two properties in here, one for the public mapping rule base low limit inclusive mapping rule, for example. And so when they're setting this up in the UI, or they use my UI and they see that the property that's used is low limit inclusive, then they will know whatever value gets put in here or calculated or whatever is being used to generate the transformation result for this particular row for this particular value that we're testing on, that we are going to get. Man, that's going to be really hard. Still so much to consider. I can already see that this isn't a good approach to handle a lot of cases. But these are really good questions. Parameter names are good though, too, especially if your code base uses named parameters, something I often do to the annoyance of my coworkers. So you have an editor config that says name your parameters. So for those of you at home, I'm sure you know what DC Aggie is talking about, but let's say I did the between and I wanted to specify left result, low limit, high limit. Even though none of these are optional, I would still put left result colon low limit colon high limit colon. Why am I going over there? We'll see if this thing will be kind enough to do everything else for me. Cool. I used name properties when I think the code may be misleading or confusing without them, when I want to reorder parameters for readability or formatting, or when doing so would eliminate the need for a comment. Cool. And now that you say reordering the parameters, I have had instances where I reordered the parameters in a method after having used it. So I created an interface, stubbed out the method, implemented the method, and I was like, you know, I really think it would make more sense if the parameters were in this order. And they were the same types. So all I was doing was, and it was this app. Duh. Helpers. Source and then destination. I'm pretty sure it was that. So I was changing the order of my parameters so that the source parameter came before the destination parameter. I didn't rename them, I just changed their order. That did not invalidate any of the methods that were using this extension method, because it's this dot or field mapping dot extension method name parentheses one data table comma other data table. But if I had used named parameters in my method call, then it doesn't matter if I reorder the method names here. They would still get mapped to the appropriate method during the method call. So that's a really good argument for using named parameters in your method calls. It's enough to make me want to start doing that. I know that there is an extension, at least in Visual Studio Code, that will show you the names of the parameters in all of your method calls. Yeah, exactly. So DC Aggie is saying that would be an example of a method where I would probably use name parameters when I consume it. And that makes perfect sense because it's like you're just passing in two data tables and they could be named whatever in your code, but we would want to know that we're trying to check for missing fields from data table 1 that are not in data table 2 or whatever the this thingy says. Yeah, so when it responds, the source data table does not contain the target fields, and the destination data table does not contain the incoming fields. Oh. Source fields. No, target fields, source fields. Okay. Why are these two named backwards now? Oh my gosh. Okay. These are fields missing in the source table that are in the target table. These are fields missing in the target table that are not in the source table. Oh wait, no. That is supposed to be target fields because I'm checking to see the field mappings tell me what incoming fields are mapped to what output fields. And that's the data table destination table is the output fields. Just close it. Run away. Okay. I always use them in the extension method calls to Dapper, says DC Aggie. Yeah, and especially if you're using a third-party library, you don't know for sure if they are going to do something like reorder method parameters. You'd hope that people don't. I don't think it's that big of an issue. Otherwise, we would hear a lot more about it. Okay. And like I said, this does, even though I'm just moving my vegetables around on the plate, it still feels like I'm making progress. If I'm gonna do not equals, I may as well just go ahead and do equals as well. Exception. Objection. Oh right, that was my issue with dot equals. So object dot equals is a thing, and this is an extension method called dot equals on transformation result directly. Is that going to need disambiguation? Because let's say that this didn't exist. This will not error because this exists in object. Is equal to. I like that. Let's do that. And here, doing this rename, we're going to find out whether that was referencing this method or it was referencing something else. And there it goes. Now we know this was referencing the object.equals. You're so smart, DC Aggie. So helpful. This is why I don't want you to stop. With your questions, with whatever you feel like bringing up. Because even if I don't use everything you say, there's still a lot that you say that I use. And that's helpful. So thank you. Okay, so is equal to, that's fine. This is going to be okay, still calling this equals operation. And just for consistency's sake, is not equal to is going to be the thing that we use here. Let result. But I also, oh, by the way, I also don't want to pressure you into needing to continue. If you don't feel like continuing to contribute or ask questions or whatever, please don't. I don't mean to pressure you. I've not been reading these comments, so after I do this last one, my next step is going to be to read the comments it's been writing for these and verify that they are valid comments. And then the next thing that I hope to do, because equals and not equals and is true and is false and is null and is not null are implemented, we may as well see what it would look like to create some UI for it, start brainstorming what that would look like, and maybe that'll help me come up with a better pattern for how to do the rest of the operations. And I will directly ask for your opinion on this. Again, only answer if it doesn't distract you. But I have these things called value transformations. The implementations of those transformations are called transform operations. So I put this operation suffix on those classes. However, now that I've added this, I have comparison operations, which are different than value transformations. Should I rename? Oh, and so I'm calling all of these comparison operations suffix operation. Should I rename all of the transform operations to calculate transformation? Combine fields transformation? Because now I'm using operation for both the value transformation bases and the comparison operation. And if not suffix transformation, is there something else I could use? I'll leave it at that. And if you want to answer, I'll give you some time to do that without talking too much. I'm just going to read through these comments. Game for dopey doctors. I won't advocate for one naming scheme or another, but I will advocate for consistency and convention compliance when possible. Okay, do you happen to know if there is a convention or in your opinion, does this seem to break consistency? Because now I have two different concerns suffixed the same. One concern is, taking a value and transforming it. One of the transformation operations is the conditional operation, and within that conditional operation, there are comparison operations. Which is a set of logic that are used to compare values. And just saying it out loud like that is helping me start going towards a decision. Yeah, that's why I'm asking for your opinion directly. You probably have not been paying attention to the entire code base. This portion of it is getting open sourced to the public. I plan on making a NuGet package out of it, having the GitHub repo be open source and allow people to contribute to it, clone it, fork it, whatever you feel like doing with it. So would it make sense from an overall maintainability point if you were to clone and use this directly in your project instead of NuGet reference, or you do use a NuGet reference to it in your project, in your application, would it make sense to put these comparison operation or to name these transform operations in a different way? Or would it be confusing to have something operation and not all of them are the same type of thing? So we have transform operation, which is calculate, combine, conditional, interpolate, map, regex, and substring, versus comparison operation. Especially since the base class is called value transformation base. Yeah, I'm going to rename these to transformation. Final answer. And it's for the reason that you specified. So you indicated your naming is probably consistent if a user familiar with one thing can probably guess the name of another, and if, when encountering a new name, can guess its functionality. I'd add a name like operation as a suffix if either it is following a well-known pattern called operation or if it is implementing an operation interface. And this is implementing a transformation interface. Sorry, I pointed at the wrong thing. Transformation-based class. So yeah, I think you are supporting my decision with those statements that are non-aligned one way or the other. Supporting my decision to change these to transformations. Okay, so what I'm going to do then to that end is finish reading through the comments, making sure that these comments make sense. And if not, fixing the comments, doing a mini commit, and then doing the rename next. I wrote an extra note for myself. True if the left result is between low and high limits. We may as well find this out now. So let's do a quick check. Let's query the R track table called TBL imported TRN. view data and new query. Cool. So it has data. So let's query. Select star from TBL imported TRN where sample, oh, it is sample date capitalized between. And so let's pick a date that we know exists and another date after that that we know exists and see if those values are included. The other thing that we need to consider is that this does have a time component. So if I put only a date and this time was after that, so like this was 12 a.m. with 1 second, then, ooh, more information. I'll take it. Then it would be counted as after, and this wouldn't be a true inclusive. And our end date is going to be some date after 2005, like 1017. Holy cow, what are you doing, Copilot? Let me read this message. Hi, President Usher. Again. Oops, let's just switch those. Time, am I right? Okay, DC Aggie was saying a pattern I've been using a lot lately and have been very happy with is the specification pattern. And I'm just not good at remembering the names of patterns. And I probably do that on purpose because I don't want to be forced into, I say I'm following a pattern, I need to stick to that pattern entirely, which is kind of the point of following a pattern. It forces you essentially into following the pattern, but I want the flexibility and looseness to be able to modify the pattern without feeling guilty. So I just don't name the patterns that I'm using or learn the names of patterns that I might be using. Anyway, it's especially useful to me because my customers often change business logic and allows me to abstract an individual piece of business logic to an interface, use dependency injection to supply an implementation and make changes a single place when if it changes. Have I just been sleeping on this, or do y'all keep it on your tool belt? I used a specification pattern. Apparently. Here's my interface for my data mapper state. Here's all the methods that it implements. And if any of the business logic changes, then my data mapper state implementation method gets updated, or I use a completely different class that implements that initial interface. And I supply it via dependency injection. And for all of my backend services, I keep a client-side implementation and a server-side implementation. But one interface that's used by my UI. President Usher says, I haven't seen any code bases where the specification pattern per se has caught on. So is this an example of the specification pattern? I have a library called shared, and I have here a whole bunch of service interfaces. And then I have a shared client with implementations of those interfaces if it were to be running on the client side, which are just HTTP requests that send the request to an API. And then on the API side, it uses the server implementations. To do the actual database checks and file storage and whatever other local resources stuff I need to do for that thing. And then in whatever application type I use, let's say it was Blazor server only, then I would inject the appropriate implementation. Oops, I had F12. And so in this case, it is the server service for account and lookup and transaction entry versus if it's Blazor WebAssembly. Oh geez, what am I doing? Versus if it's Blazor WebAssembly and we are on the API server. Here it is. And we're on the API server. Yes, we also inject the same add server services. We also inject the server-side implementations, but the client will ask for and receive the client-side implementation. And so I don't fully need to know how these things are implemented per se. All I need to know is that on my UI, on my component library, whatever, I'm asking for the interface, and I will be guaranteed to get an interface that will know how to handle the requests that I'm making. Whether it's directly running the server-side logic if I have access to, or doing an API call and then having the server-side logic ran and returned as a result. So is that specification pattern? Maybe, maybe not. Most of the way there. The interface for the specification pattern in C# would look like oh, we were going to actually figure this out. That's why I was down here. What? No results. So if I move this to 16? What? Didn't we just look at... Oh, TVL archive TRN. Whoops. Whoops. And if you need to, if typing it in chat is not good for you, definitely feel free to put it in Discord and I'll put it up on screen, or if you have a fiddle, a .NET fiddle link that you can share. Whatever is easiest for you if you want to show your example. I really, really don't like inconveniencing you guys. You've been so helpful. Public interface I specification of T, where T is the target type. So is satisfied by T target. Interesting. I can't grasp it. I would have to look it up and find out more information about it. Specification pattern. Okay, so I'm going to do that not on stream because I don't want to use my time on that. And this is another thing. It's like trying to understand patterns, and there are so many out there, and then deciding which one is the right one to use for this particular case. It's just too much for me. It's like, instead, what I prefer doing with my code bases is doing the things that I've learned are easy to follow, and I try to put myself in a new developer coming into the project or an external developer using my library point of view. Is this something that I think they would be able to understand? Yeah. Okay. But I definitely am not discrediting patterns, named patterns, things that are established. I do like things that are established. Most of my things that I do are from people who know the names of these established patterns. They probably are following that specific pattern. One of the names that was given to the whole models project, server-side implementation, client-side implementation, is MVVM-S. And that was James Montemagno. He said that he uses it in his Maui projects. And I'm like, hey, that's the thing that I've been using for a long time. I like that approach. Sure, let's call it MVVMS. So MVVM with services. President Usher was saying, yes, Steve Smith went into detail about this pattern. Okay, so I'll look at that name when I research it. Steve Smith. I saw an attempt at it in one code base, but no one ever really used it. Yeah. And again, what makes sense for one person might not necessarily make sense for another. So the things that I'm choosing, I hope, are a little bit more universal, and I hope are broad enough to reach a lot of people, but I can't be sure about that. It would be hubris to say I have found the thing that is universal. And that everyone can agree with. DC Aggie says, shared vocabulary is probably the most valuable part of patterns. Yeah. MVC is a pattern, so you can say MVC and we all know what it means. Until it gets overloaded. And I say MVC project. And you're thinking, okay, in Java, you have a models thing, namespace. I forget what they're called, package. You have a view package and you have a controllers package. And in .NET, it's an entire project type that scaffolds as a runnable web application that happens to be structured using the MVC pattern. And then things just get muddy. So I think that there is the danger of people hijacking it. Order by. So we know it's including the last date. So yes, in the between operator in SQL, in a SQL query, we are inclusive beginning and end. So let's go ahead and make that clear in our methods, Oops, I should have renamed, whatever. I'll put it everywhere. That way you will know. Such lazy, so much lazy. I did it again. Am I crazy, or was there a movie where there was a kid and it was Halloween and they went up to someone's door, knocked on it, said trick or treat, and the person gave them a grapefruit? They turned around and yelled out, "Mom, I got a grapefruit!" Am I imagining that? Am I Berenstein Bearsing that? Or does anyone else remember that? I tried Googling it, but I couldn't find it anywhere. So don't bother Googling it for me. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you have seen a movie that has that scenario in it. I'm picturing a brown station wagon, kind of like in the Sandlot. Was that in the Sandlot? Anyway, from the era of Sandlot and Goonies and all of those wonderful, wonderful movies. Right, so this is going to be only for strings. Yeah. Awesome. The Sandlot was filmed in my hometown, says DC Aggie. Oh, did you ever run into that dog? That'd be scary. I assume the dog was already part of your neighborhood, so these are good. I guess we can fix this. Yeah, I really do need a base evaluate that will apply like with equals. For example, I have a left operand and a right operand, and this is going to kind of be the basic format of getting the value. I don't know. I don't know, kid. I'm still trying to think of too many things at the same time. Because like what I'm thinking is going to happen is I'm just going to end up copying and pasting this in every single one of the methods for evaluate and changing the extension method that gets used here at the end. I think we paid close attention to that one. Oh crap. Okay. I'm going with it. I am committing, and I want to do the rename now, so I just remember to. As it's not going to be until tomorrow morning that I work on this again. Add extension methods for comparison operations. What are you doing? Are these real changes? They are real changes. Oh, right. I guess. Why not? Sure. Okay. To do this, there are two changes that I want to make. Number one is in the source generator. Part of the naming of things, I am removing the operation suffix when creating something. Crap, where is it? Operation. Is this it? This is it. Okay, so I'm replacing rule with nothing. I'm replacing operation with nothing. So I also will want to replace transformation with nothing. And yes, I intend to mean the VB nothing. That's right. Okay, with that out of the way, we should just be able to rename all of our operations to transformation. Dang it, I'm not fast enough. I need to have it selected before I start renaming so that the name suggestion doesn't kick in. And I'm going to rename the namespace also to transformation. Transform transformations. What are we going to call the namespace? Oh man, naming things. What are we going to call? What are we going to call the namespace? It needs to be like one person's job. Oh gosh, and all of the extension methods. It needs to be one person's job to just name variables. Like, you should be able to send a message out to this person and be like, here's the situation, I need a name for this variable. And then be like, call it this. You're like, duh, call it that. Yeah, it wouldn't be easy to do this using find and replace. And I'm just pasting over these instead of renaming them because they're just extension classes, so it doesn't really matter. Please sort this list by degrees of not a thingness, nothing, null, dv null, nil, void, quotation mark, my love for Elon Musk. Are you one of the people that's going to go to Mars if you had the chance? I definitely am okay with staying on terra firma. I'm happy with it. Dang it, and then operation detail. Transformation pattern. No, I still like the word detail though. At least that does them all. It's just that any extension methods no, but I do believe Musk belongs outside our planet. I have no comments. Or do I? Yeah, whatever. What did I name this other one? Transform. You're the only one that should have operations now. Operation. This code is more than meets the eye. It's not though. You can see the eye. I mean, you can see all of the code if you wanted. This is what I'm working on. This thing here. This is the open source version. It's only one branch behind, which is a lot of commits. Add an alias to your compile command so you can just say, wow. So open source, all of this additional code for these operations and stuff, they will be in the next build. So I'm going to do this on Friday. I'm going to update it to be whatever stage we're at here. But eventually I'm going to switch over to having this, having my work product use that open source library, and we'll keep improving that library. Transformation, interpolate detail, that's cool. We can use that. None of you say operation, so cool. None of you say operation. And none of you say operation. Perfect. Okay, so we're going with that. I'm going to make sure that it builds. I'm going to close and reopen Visual Studio to make sure that the source generator didn't break. And then we'll call it a day. Although I think I spent about an hour at the beginning of the stream doing the Unity stuff, so I'll probably continue working on this for another hour before I switch to, if I even get to do any music. Yeah, so here it is. There is no interpolate operation. You should have just been interpolate though. There shouldn't be. Dang it. That really bites. Does anyone have a name that I could use for this group of things that are value transformations? How about just value transformations? And then we can rename the namespace to value transformations. Thank you. Thank you, whoever sent that to me. You're amazing. Okay, who else is saying that there is something operation that I'm trying to use that doesn't exist? Substring operation. Oh, you know what? We're going to do it this way. Control H. We're going to search the entire project for value transformation type dot. I know, phone. I know. Whatever operation. Oops. Plus question mark. And replace it with value transformation type dot whatever we found as our first group, transformation. No occurrences. I'm looking at an occurrence right here. Oh, because I did. Oh, that's what I was trying to do. I blanked out for a second. Okay, so now you're telling me that there's only one, even though we definitely saw that there was more than one in our error list. Oh, because these are all in the test library. So yes, you're good. And I guess we don't need to. Maybe we do. I don't know. I'm still going to close and reopen to make sure that the source generator is doing what it's supposed to do. Open source. What is it called? I might fork it, append the word Libre, and then start bad-mouthing the original. Because that's how it works. I don't know what that means. I missed the last day of intention experiment. That's okay. Should still be able to affect it. So for those of you that don't know, Gaia, which is an online platform for esoteric, I would say, media, which you can watch or ignore. But they had an intention experiment for the last 5 days, starting on February 1, for Washington D.C. And the intention that was set was to decrease in a measurable way. Just an inside joke for full free open source. In a measurable way, they are intending for violent crimes in Washington D.C., specifically around Capitol Hill and the neighboring neighborhoods, to be decreased, which is the highest violent crimes area in the U.S. To be decreased by 10% over the next, at least 10% over the next 6 months. So they're going to have measurable results. They also have various sensors and meters and stuff that they're able to read. And yeah, I think it's going to be cool. But you too can still participate in the intentions if you want by rewatching the last 5 days of the intention setting experiment, because time. What even is it? Right? Right. Okay, I'm going to stage this because as you can see, it's showing a lot of deletes and adds, but when you stage, then it knows how to use the rename GitHub marking, whatever it's called. Oh, duh. There's going to be modifications because the namespace change and the object type changes. I was only mugged once when living in DC, and I wrestled my phone back from the mugger. Bad idea in retrospect. So yeah, that's one more time than I've been mugged. That does not sound like a good experience to have had. Oh, yeah. And part of the intention is like making it so that the way that our and this is this is bordering on political talk, so I won't go there. But there are intentions for the Senate, for example, in the way that it works in the US. But if we can affect that area, and that area is worldwide, it's visible worldwide, then we can essentially affect the entire world. Not because the US is the center of the world, but because this place that we have access to, that we can measure, that we can get statistics for, happens to be a presence in the entire world discussions and topics. So that's it. I'm going to leave on that note. I do think that that is a high note because I am thoroughly enjoying experiencing and exploring the different things that we can do with life. TBD says, I've never been mugged. I've been pepper sprayed by a group, but they didn't succeed in the mugging. So I'm still net zero in my mind. I guess I do have one story about kind of a racism event that happened to me, which is that I was driving along and then I was turning left at a light. And as I was turning left, one lane left turn, there was this person that zoomed around and cut me off to turn left as well and got in front of me because apparently I was turning left too slow or something. So I got road rage. I got road rage and I was like yelling in my car, banging on my horn. Terrible, terrible idea. I was very young and it still bothers me that this is how I reacted, but they were looking in their rearview mirror and I was like, pull over. And so they pull over. I pull over, I get out of the car. I'm starting to walk up towards them. They get out of their car and they're like, what are you going to do? Go back home. And then they said a racial slur to me that is relative to the Middle East. And I stopped and I just started laughing. I'm Puerto Rican. And they were doing this because they perceived that I was this culture, this nationality that they had an issue with. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I stopped. I just laughed. And they got angry and then drove off. I was like, whatever. So from that point on, there was just a whole bunch of things didn't bother me as much. So I took it as a good experience, but I still think that I reacted terribly. But hi, Frank. Dang, you have stories, guys. Yeah, there were a bunch of in the area that I live. There was a bunch of racism, which is weird because it was a melting pot. But there was still a lot of non-acceptance of darker skinned people. But that's fine. I mean, it's all misunderstanding, and all that I want to do now is love on the people that have these viewpoints and pray that maybe one day they will see that there is no difference. I mean, that there are differences, but they're not differences worth fighting over, I guess. Okay. But that's it. That's going to be it for my stream. I'm going to finish out my workday, rewind my clock about an hour, fill that in. But we're going to raid out. We have a few people that we can raid to. I really don't know what AAOA is doing. It just looks like they're walking around towns in Google Maps. So I don't think it's actually UI that they created. I've been wanting to raid AAOA, but they just don't seem to be showing working on stuff. And I really wanted to learn some UI tricks from them. So we might just go to my default instead. Thank you, Dukesoft. My boyfriend just left Puerto Rico today. Really? That's where they went. You said they got deployed. Was it TDY? Now I want to know. Now I don't want to leave. I want to know this story. But yeah, I think we're just going to raid my default. Thank you, TVD, for your streams. So TVD streams Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Eastern time. If you get the chance to catch him, definitely do. His streams are pretty engaging. And he is using a whole bunch of really cool technologies in his project /raid. Yeah, thank you, Dukasoft. There is the description of his main project that he's working on. And again, the only reason that I keep pointing out this point is because there was someone that came into his stream and was just like, why don't you just use an off-the-shelf product? Why don't you use something that already exists? Isn't that problem already solved? Why are you doing it this way? Oh, that's not a good way of doing it. And it's like, that's not very helpful. Those types of discussions. Or statements. They're not even discussions. They don't leave room for discussion. They instigate argumentativeness. But yeah. Anyway, we're rating out. Ariston Games' channel is marked as for mature audiences. So if you do not match the criteria of a mature audience according to Twitch's terms of service and user license agreements, whatever it's called, then please take appropriate action. Otherwise, please stick around. Ariston Games is a game developer working on Rise of Piracy because I want to and I love doing it. Yeah, and it's like, I do want to see TVD's point get across though. Not only is this something that would be cool if it did become a real product, which is not his main focus, but if it happens, that'd be cool. But he's using a lot of technologies in it. He's doing things differently than the way he would patternistically do them. Instead, he's trying to employ new ways of thinking, take in other people's ideas and grow and learn. And it's just so much fun doing it, period. So just leaving the conversation at that is kind of sad, but it is true. It's the whole because I want to and I love doing it. I don't disagree. Okay, timer's counting down. Ciao.